How we doing? Very nice. Very nice. Just grinding, my guy.
Unidentified ship. We're going to attempt to scan you for contraband. Please comply. Pretty please. All right, we're done. You're cleared to land at New Atlantis.
Green lights on outer hatch. We're docked.
This is a grind, my guy.
Feel like I should be seeing heaven's aura every time you say something. Starboard. A stranger from beyond. Got one.
Yay. It's back and forth stuff, man. It's pretty time consuming, but it's worth it in the long run. Go here, talk to this guy, come back out, run over here. It's all pretty time consuming.
Landing site locked. Take us in.
That's better. We'll run with that for a while. Where's the damn thing at? So these New Game Plus rotations, basically, like, I'm just, like, power grinding. There's 24 temples that I have to go out to every time, so I go out, I collect my temples, I upgrade my power, I reset the universe, and move on. At the end of this playthrough on this particular cycle, I'm gonna wrap up Vanguard because I haven't done the Vanguard quest yet, and everyone told me it's one of the best ones in the game. You need to experience it, so I'm gonna do my duty in the universe, and I'm going to assist the Vanguard. And then I will be moving on to a new universe. Total rounds. I think we'll just run the codes for a little bit. It sucks, but it's all good. It does a pretty decent job of like hurrying things along a little bit, though.
Unregistered starship. We're detecting... Well, we're not detecting an issue. What's powering that thing? You know what? Just hold still while we do the contraband check. Scan complete. Go ahead and land.
Did about a year's worth of astronomy in a matter of moments. Everything. Feel like I should be... Been poring over the...
Honestly, I probably should just like just run this and crank this out as fast as I can.
I miss my dear darling and
And then once I get to like New Game Plus like 9, 10, complete that universe, upgrade everything to 100%, and then you move on into a fresh universe. Which apparently you can just like jump to universe.
Landing struts primed. Retros fired.
Pretty handy. To say I go into a pirate run and I want to murder everybody in like my next playthrough. Where'd it go? Yeah, I can barely see it. Say I want to murder as many innocent lives as I want to, and just like play the ruthless pirate that I want to be. It kind of holds no value. Well, I mean, it holds value in the experience of doing it. But like, if you have to go through and reset your universe all over again and go into the next life, it doesn't matter because you're starting over brand new as a babe, doing whatever you want to do. So, but I have heard that like doing things to 10, there are some really awesome benefits of doing this. So, part of this grind now with Starfield is just this. I heard that there was something like at 10, and also the playthroughs are supposed to be different too. There's supposed to be different actions that are taken, things that take place in your playthrough. Like going back to the lodge where everybody in Constellation is, like that changes depending on what you do, what you have done. And I've seen like people talking about it, and there's a lot of different instances that could have happened. But so far, we only experienced the same thing for real. Back out. But I've heard reports of people talking like you go
I believe it would be wise to use that power only in open spaces.
It's a bunch of kids just like hanging out like at the lodge, and they just give you a bunch of artifacts. And I've heard some people say that like you go and it's like Andreja or Noel or Walter, and everybody's dead. They're the only surviving member of Constellation, and they just give you the artifacts and fuck off. And I haven't seen that yet, because that, like, honestly, I want to see that, like, different experiences whenever you go back and visit. But so far, I've had the same vanilla playthrough, and I don't know what changes.
Attention, unidentified vessel. You have no faction markings or registered manufacturer. Please maintain course while we scan you. Assuming scans even work on whatever it is you're flying. Scan complete. You are cleared to land at New Atlantis.
Lack of love.
So we'll see kind of how this develops. I did see that, but
A stranger from me. Did about
I
a
mean,
year's worth
honestly,
of
like,
astronomy. Lucky I
everyone is
noticed.
ragging on Callisto Protocol. And I was actually just kind of talking about this the other day because we were talking about like Starfield and getting your money's worth out of games and games becoming more expensive. And I was just like, I paid $100 for this game because I don't want to play, or I don't want to pay for Xbox Live or whatever their subscription is, because it's like $17 a month just to like
They're not
just to
jumping out
have
of
this
here.
thing like updated. And the extra money because I'm already set up with my PlayStation. I have no need to set up with it. And honestly,
Enemy's engines are offline.
really? Okay, let me see. Is that better? That looks better, but it looks like it's way too low now. I'm gonna keep decent sound. The Elgato is like freaking out right now. My goodness. How is that? Is that better?
Landing site looks clean. Let's set it down.
Where is problem is like if I go in and I want to customize like different things for my stream, it'll erase all of the settings that I had on it. So if you like, now I have like a new interface, like my webcam border, all that stuff is a little different. But like when you go in and you select which one you want to work with, it'll erase all of your settings from before. You have to go in and manually punch things back in the way that it was. Usually my game audio is usually a little bit higher. There we go. Looks like it's a little peeking out there. I think that's about as good as I can get it. I'm not sure what's going on. I think the levels are appropriate. But like looking at it and then like you give me your feedback at like the two different things. But here, like, can I turn up my microphone a little bit too so I have better sound quality out of it? But it looks like my microphone is where it needs to be. And it looks like the background with the game volume is kind of where it needs to be. The only problem is that I don't have like the resources to do like the truly professional like streams and like have like a team of people like helping me and stuff. It's just me, so all of the above, like the best that I can do. I think it's okay. Oh, that got like eerily quiet. Yeah, graphics are pretty great, dude. pretty good game.
Attention, unidentified vessel. You have no faction markings or registered manufacturer. Please maintain course while we scan you. Assuming scans even work on whatever it is you're flying. Scan complete. You are cleared to land at New Atlantis. Please enjoy your visit to Jemison.
Honestly, like, all in all, though, it's been... Let's see. Oh, I didn't even add that in there.
Nice clean dock, Captain.
It's been a really fun experience playing this game, dude. Like, I've loved it. There's just a couple of things
Feel
that...
like I should be seeing heaven's aura every time you say something.
Like wrapping up a couple of things like here at the end.
Captain, hello. Travel
no, you
safely.
fuck face, get out of my way.
A A stranger from beyond.
Jesus.
The eyes showing.
It's been a lot of fun, and I'm still having a blast with it, man. It's been great. We were putting in some debate, like in one of these Facebook groups that I'm a part of for Starfield, and someone posted, they're like, is like 150 hours like too much for this game? And everyone's kind of like doing like this, like, and we're weighing the pros and cons. But like when we played Destiny, dude, I put in like 4,000 hours in Destiny, well over 4,000 hours, because I played like Destiny 1, I rolled into Destiny 2. So it's like, consider yourself lucky if you put in a video game that you and then it's kind of like we were talking about with like Callisto Protocol, because I said I paid full price for video games that I've got 20 hours worth of like gameplay with, and like honestly, like that's not worth it to me. It's like if a game producer wants to charge $100 for their video game, I want $100 worth of content. I want it to be a good game. And if it's not a good game, then I got fucking ripped off. I paid like 60 or 70 bucks for Callisto Protocol whenever it launched, and I played it one time through the game, and burnt myself out like inside of like, what was that? Like probably about 25 hours worth of gameplay in Callisto Protocol. And that is not worth it to me. I don't enjoy that. Wasting my time on video games like that, and my money. Like it was fun to play through the game and to beat it the way that I did and have the experience of playing it, but like it's not $100 or $70 worth of material in that game. Like they probably could have charged 40 bucks and people would have been happy with it. But the way that the industry is going right now is that everybody is becoming more and more greedy for their money, and when game companies are trying to argue that they need to charge more for their video games, that's great. Like if you need to charge more for your video game to make either to turn a profit or whatever you want to do with that game, that's fine. But you better produce like a lot of content. Like it better be worth everybody's time and money, because that's just way too much money to spend on something that we're only getting in 20 hours of gameplay in. So I put in, I think I'm rounding up about 200 hours like in Starfield, and a lot of it right now is what I'm doing, this kind of grind and just hanging out in the background. But like it doesn't make any sense to like for these game companies to charge the money that they do for people not to have hours and hours and hours of gameplay and get their value out of it. I will gladly pay $100 for a video game if it's worth it. And that's precisely what I did here. I'm fine with spending the money on it. I didn't want to do the Xbox like Game Pass thing. I wanted to be able to have my game and play my game as much as I wanted to and enjoy it. No subscription. I own this game. And I think that until like society starts to kind of accept that, and accept that status quo a little bit, then
Please use caution when utilizing that sound around other humans.
I just think that game companies and producers need to, acknowledge where we stand. Okay, here wants me to go with the main quest, so we're gonna go to Oberon real quick. This is kind of
Well, it's you.
this is kind of a tough couple things that I have to do.
Artifacts in record time.
See you, buddy.
I was just chatting with the emissary that I think we have a starborn among us. We're at the end, once again. The buried temple holds the final artifact. Then I'll meet you there, old friend. Yes, yes. So touching.
Oh, fall below 25 health 3 times and fully heal. I really want to up my commerce. I'm not really doing a lot in commerce. What? Oh, it's not even here. Oh, that's right. It's all the way over here. God damn it. Lunara, Tadacha, Decarin, Sada. Kinda sucks. All the way out to the other side of the wall. To jump through all these different points, like manually.
Jump complete. Motion restored. Switching over to standard engines.
And I think it's like, yeah, Decarin here. And then I can just jump straight from this system to the next system to the other one.
Well, you didn't put us into a planet, so we must be in the right place.
Weapons locked! Time for some fun!
Never get tired of that.
I admit, calling for help isn't usually how I work. But you'd be surprised how eager the other Starborn were to join in. Fine.
Build a here. We'll stop the hunter together.
That's the spirit. Come on. Let's see just how far you can get.
Well, heck, you're it.
Return to the stars.
Got tangled. This might be a scuff run. What the fuck? That was glitched or something, because like I was tangled up with him, but I couldn't, like, his hitbox or whatever was like in my way, and I couldn't get out of his way.
I admit, calling. That's the. Don't want to talk. Have it your way.
I care. We'll stop the hunter together.
You are not chosen. This is the word. Every huntsman.
Tagged their engine.
You're part of the hunt.
We've beaten some of his allies, but I'll meet you there.
And always, always, always back at this mission here.
Beginning landing cycle.
The lack of flora in this region appears to have profoundly affected the ecosystem.
Wait, is that Sarah? Is that Sarah Morgan this time?
Be on your guard.
It is. I've had Barrett a few times. Now I've got Sarah. Interesting. Okay, so let's see what we have in terms of. So we're gonna run the Equinox for a little bit longer. Bust out other shoddy. Beowulf might come in handy there at the end. And I've got 32 on my Bridger. Kraken might be alright. A decent amount of resources here. So this is kind of like... This is obviously like the last of it, but let's see. I'm gonna play with Gravity Field for a while. Wait, what's the one that like pulls them together? Gravity well. We're gonna create a gravity spot, and then I'm gonna start smacking them with grenades and stuff in the middle. Where I'm gonna set some mines down, create a gravity well there for everything else to get blown up, and see how it goes. Like I said, it's the same thing all over again. So come in here and pick up all my stuff. Loot the bodies. They all have all the resources that I'm going to need basically to finish out the campaign. And it does it intentionally. It's never like any one thing. Like
some enterprising Starborn lured human mercenaries here. They built this facility. Another layer to get past before we can reach the temple. Expect more Starborn along the way.
It's not terribly hard to do this, but it takes a little bit of patience.
Here they come. Make ready.
Oh, that hurt. Oh, it hit the fucking bridge above me. I don't want to die. Okay. Something's not right. Okay, Equinox is out. That's the first time I've ever died at that encounter. Like, dying when you're attacking the ships, that's a different story. Because that's normal. Shit like that happens.
Hello, old friend. The hunter will be
Ship fighting is just kind of hard in general. Especially with the ship that I have, like, it's good to get around certain enemies and stuff, but when you're fighting other Starborn, it's definitely a challenge. Got the picks. Kind of doing this for research purposes, just to see what all's in here. Ooh, fuck me. Okay. Yep. Good thing I came up here. I don't know if that's going to be like that every time, but it's worth coming in and picking the lock for that one gun. because that's gonna be like, it's gonna melt everything that I come in contact with. Okay, well, that's a game changer. Boom. And I have 228 in there. Sir. That means everything's about to get roasted. Go ahead and quick save it here. Off we go.
Some enterprising Starborn lured human mercenaries here. They built this facility. Another layer to get past before we can reach the temple. Expect more Starborn along the way.
We're gonna take the top approach. Just go right to it. Let's see. I'm just gonna hit him with gravity field.
Here they come. Make ready.
Come back here.
I will assist you in combat.
Robot friend. Spin around, grab all the stuff. Big Bang is probably one of my favorite weapons in the game. It's incredibly hard. And it is worth it, every bit of it. thing is how the Game Plus like playthroughs end up, how they turn out. The next part's interesting, where it time jumps and all of that stuff. It's pretty cool. The last one was really weird because it took me a little bit of everywhere. I'm gonna get up top as quick as I can.
It's only the beginning.
Where you at?
Power exceeds yours. I have detected hostile life nearby.
Hey. Cat and mouse. That's why I love this shotgun, because it hits like a truck. Now we're gonna time this a couple times. The next part's cool because I can hack the terminal upstairs and turn the turrets against them and just wipe everybody out. Pretty awesome. There's no need for me to mess around with this. I'm just gonna run into it. Items in here that I need to grab. Believe me, every little bit counts.
See that anomaly? The temple's artifact is reacting to all the fighting. It might be the only way through.
Okay, you're up.
You all right? That was a shift in space-time. A dip into the multiverse. We'll have to go through a few more to reach the center. Yes, of course. I forgot.
There we go. And we take 2 seconds to hack this, which feels like an eternity when you're doing this. worth it. Calibrate. Belong to me now. Same thing with the turret control. It's hands down the easiest way to do this thing, because otherwise you're fighting more the same, which actually it's duplicates of Starborn, but it's worse. Better than running around and killing all of them. You take the 2 seconds to go over there and hack it real quick, it's the easiest thing in the game to do. Which makes this part a breeze. And that's it. We're done with that. Now I have to jump through a couple of things. There's a guy that's going to eat my grenade here in a couple of seconds. Against like the very end of it, and you have like your giant open space. Yep. Eat a grenade.
I never liked him anyway.
Good items too. If you take the time to hit here and loot these guys real quick. Take your solstice. Your sushi rolls. And there's not a lot in here. I mean, they have some decent weapons, some ammo, stuff like that, and then you're good. Nothing really crazy. Yeah, Scotty.
The temple is testing you. Always.
And that's it. And now we do a couple of little minor things. We're going to time jump quite a bit here moving forward over the next couple of minutes, and then we're going to have a showdown at the very end. This area doesn't have a lot for me, a ton of ammo at the bottom, and we're good to go. Really, like I said, it's all the looting and stuff that I can get.
In the end, the search for the artifacts always ends here.
Come on, Rook. Come on. You can make it. Barely stepped on the juryman's road with us. Can't see another soul off to the void so soon. No. No. I'll pour one out to the blackest sea for you, Rook. What the? What kind of cruelty? What are you then? Not sure if you... Well, ghost friendly, but for now.
Once we get inside, be ready. With so much power gathered here, anything can happen.
Mag Sniper. That's what I was trying. Someone said that the Mag Sniper was one of the best in the game. I can see why. Holy shit. Okay. That's what we'll use. That's the first I've ever seen a Mag Sniper. Honestly, oh my god, yes. I love sniping too.
Gaze into the abyss of the infinite.
Oh my god, it fucking 2000. by quite a bit. Bye, Coachman. Another 3 pounds or so. That's good. That's good. Bye, Enox.
Face yourself.
Where is he?
You are not.
Your infinity ends.
Oh my gosh, where is he?
Face yourself.
It will not survive.
My passion. Face yourself. Your infinity ends.
Extremely high.
The first part, we're moving into the last part.
I guess I shouldn't be too surprised you made it this far. Serves me right for not being convincing enough. Is this where you give your take? I've listened.
Alright.
artifact is yours. No, this was your victory. You've proven that you're ready to enter the Unity. I know we aren't from the same universe, but it kind of feels like old times. Here. All the artifacts I've gathered. You've earned the artifacts. Go. Reach the Unity.
A moment, Captain.
I'm glad you'll see the glory of our multiverse and your place in it. Then, you'll be asked to make a choice. I'll say no more. The search draws... No. My place is in this universe now.
One fucking gun. Be it a really good gun. Mag sniper's 10 pounds. Holy shit. Crap, I don't need.
I stand by my initial skepticism. It would be a shame to... I'll be taking... Not my first time. Don't know. Well... Did about a year's worth of Astron. Got one.
And it's temple grinding until the very end of the game. All the way over there.
Welcome to Freestar Space. We're gonna do a quick scan for contraband, and you can be on your way. Scan go. Lee, go ahead and land.
the only biological life form in this area.
Back in a minute. not taking any health damage. Oh, now I'm not taking any health damage? Okay.
Serious, isn't it?
I feel like I should be seen. Lucky I know this.
Gear looks green. Ready to land.
Still haven't decided. I'm thinking, yes, I want to knock out the Vanguard quest just because I want to do it. But, like, I'm this close to, like, resetting the universe, too, so I'm like, do I waste the time to do the Vanguard quest, or do I just move on? jump start the next universe.
Hey, it's the Starborn.
A stranger from beyond. Even for an old Crimson Fleet, that's a new one.
A Starborn? I have heard of stranger things.
Oh my god, Vlad. I don't want your fucking chair. Like, talk to Vlad.
Wow!
Did about a
So you're
year's
the
worth.
extra-dimensional.
Lucky I noticed it.
Do you still
Damn,
like...
dude.
Landing initiated. Watch your flaring.
This is kind of a pretty planet. That's the other cool thing too about like doing these quick runs here at the end, is it just shows you a ton of really cool, interesting places to be. Like, this is peaceful. It's pretty. Heavy gravity here, though. Why does this one look like it's mostly still put together, like, perfect? Yeah, we're not gonna fuck with that. No, it looked mostly white from far away. It rendered in color and shows its wear and tear. And none of the temples are where they should be. I think they just do that to kind of keep it interesting, so you can't just like deliberately go back and farm the same one over and over and over again. Jump to a new life and call it good. It definitely grinds some levels doing this, though. It's not like... It's not a very hard thing to do, it just takes time. But every time that you upgrade your dude, or every time you, I'm sorry, go into a new life, and like, I just go kill one random guy, or I go do this main mission, or...
I heard all about you and your powers.
Feel like I should be seen.
Maybe one
Been poring over the...
Unity. I can't wait to get to the Unity. I've been reading all about parallel universe theory, and I'm so ready to meet another version of me. You think it's okay if I call them Cora too? I'll have to check all my charts and double check all the locking mechanisms and see what kind of differences there are in the next universe. You know, in case we get into the kind of trouble we always do. Look, Dad said that there's a chance we might all get separated after we go to the Unity. You don't think that's going to happen, do you? Okay. That makes me feel better. I'm sure gonna miss the lodge, but I can't wait to see what happens next.
The others filled me in. Sounded like...
Some of these go to the same planets a lot. I mean, it's not all the exact same, but the first initial like artifact hunt is usually the past 4 times that I've done this has kind of been about the same. You go to a lot of planets in Procyon for whatever reason.
Let's put this bird on the ground.
So, kind of just is what it is. Believe me, I don't necessarily want to do this. This isn't exactly how I want to be filling my time playing Starfield. It's not what I want to be doing. Is talking to Vlad 24 times a run, going to the temples 24 times, and then popping back out and going to a new universe to start the same thing all over again. However, I'm about to start 4. Well, new game 4. Which means that my abilities get leveled to 5. Basically, the soft end is at 10. I've got... Well, Supernova is now on level 3, because when I first tried to do it, I was 1 behind. So, everything else is level 4. Which means that 9th run, everything is going to max out, and the only one that I'm going to have to do is Key. Which sucks, because it could pop anywhere in that 24 temple cycle. It could be the very last one, it could be the very first one. And as soon as I see Key, we're good. Go get the power for it, everything's maxed out 100%. There's no trophy for it, nothing like that, so it's not really like something that you have to do. But having everything at 10 is a done deal. And then starting over that new universe, you basically can play the game an infinite number of times if you want to. And it all reaches the same thing. Like, you go, run to the very end, beat the game, you're good. It's all based on your performance in those bases. And there will probably be speedrunners that will be going through this to try to beat it, like, in a ridiculous amount of time. I think that, like, my temple farm, about 4 hours, beat the game. It's not fun doing this. But if I get it done, like one a day, I can probably knock this whole thing out
Settle down.
within the next like 6 days. Now, it'd be one thing if you would automatically get your power upgrade just by going and beating the game. Like if I went back to Community and then it was just like, all of your powers have been upgraded. Cool. That's way easier. Those are 2-hour cycles. I can knock that shit out like... I could probably do 5 of them in one day if I wanted to. And it's kind of like the completionist in me that wants to get it done, but at the same time, it's like... It's not really something that I have to do. Because I can fuck off and be a space pirate right now if I really wanted to. It's giving me purpose to beat the game. It's giving me purpose to do things after I've beaten the game. But also, I'm curious to see what they built. The little lines of code that are in the game that they said, if you do X, Y, and Z, this happens. I like seeing those little nuances of things, like the little subtle changes that they put in there, where like you can see like what happens if you made this choice or if you did this thing. Really. Seeing that too. I would deliberately go and like replay missions just because I wanted to see what happened if you picked the other choice. What people get for picking this other choice. Starfield is no different. It's just there's a lot of it. There's a lot of choices. There's a lot of different things that you can do in it. So I like the process of doing this. As fuck. Straight the fuck down.
You said was true. My counterpart in your
Can't believe you. A stranger from the... Got one.
So they're literally just hanging out until I get done. I mean, honestly, I can comfortably say that of all the hours that I've put in this game, and even going out and like doing the temple hunts and stuff and seeing all these crazy worlds and stuff, I still haven't seen the life that's there. I haven't done every quest. I think when I beat the game, I still had 20 to 30 side quests to do. I knocked out a couple of major side quests. I probably did 20 or 30 quests total. And a lot. That is a lot.
Use caution when approaching any creatures we may encounter in this region.
So, and that's just the quest that I know of that I'd scratched the surface to find. I think there's probably 100 to 150 quests. And there's an ass load of planets. I kind of gave it the best that I could, like when I first started it, but I didn't realize how big it was. So when you go out and you're like trying to see what happens in this life, or you know, in this path. Expecting my dude to get fucking downed by okay. Oh, apparently I was going the wrong way anyway. I can't remember how many it says that I have to do like at the very end. I want to say it's like 10. What I'm doing now is like this 10 temple cycle. It's also incredibly easy to do this. Like, it's not hard to do this. It's just very time-consuming. I mean, it's about 240 temples that you have to do, and I'm maybe halfway. No, I'm not even halfway. We're not even working. We're not working on 5s. We're working on 4s.
The others told me what you are, and how much of what you said has come.
Did about a year's worth of astro. Got one.
Landing site locked. Take us in.
Like, it also kind of... It sucks, though, because I want to ship build and base build and all that stuff. I want to be out collecting resources and scanning life and seeing what's there. But I feel like upgrading my abilities is way more important than doing the base building, the ship building, and stuff like that. Like, I want to do both. And really what I want to do is just to get lost and wander and hang out and see what's there. And I've got to see some bad mofos in this game, dude. I still haven't seen, like, the really dangerous animals in this game. I've seen some stuff that, like, have screwed me up pretty fast. And it sucks because I haven't had a real challenge in this game in probably the last 10 hours. Because doing this is not difficult. I mean, temple grinding and stuff, like I wander in here, I kill, I do the thing, I get the power, and then I have one guardian to fight at the very end of it. Fractured limb. Doing this now and then wrecking a universe and seeing what I want to do, I can go to Unity anytime I want. So that's the beautiful thing about this game, is that, say I'm doing a playthrough and I'm a space pirate. Say it gets too overwhelming, like doing a pirate run. And I want things to cool off a little bit and kind of go back to zero. I 100% can do that. Like, all it takes is a trip to Unity, and I'm like, fuck this universe, I'm done. I'm just like, I'm out.
You're not quite the angel I thought may have made the artifacts, but a miracle nevertheless.
Feel like I should be seeing heaven's aura every time you say something. Starboard, a stranger from the eyes showing
Of course, it's like, alright, so Sagan, Hyla, Bell, Pyrus. Sagan, Hyla, Bell, Pyrus. I feel like I've been here before.
Setting down, everything in the green.
Well, maybe not. That's nuts. That's a crazy thing to say. game, dude. I mean, but even still saying that, most of this playthrough's been kind of unremarkable, but like, there's still something in every one of these little 4-hour rotations that I do that are just kind of inspiring, man. Like, it's really cool to see. Enough time went by that the planet went down over the horizon. The craziest thing to see is when the planets rise and fall like sunsets. Sunrises and sunsets.
Did about a year's worth of astronomy in a matter of moments. Everything you said was like a candle turning into a damn beacon. Feel like I should be seeing heavens? Been poring over the chart.
And there's still some really tough places, like getting my ass beat by the glow hands earlier. Like, that was, I would smoke those things under any ordinary circumstances, but they're like level 50, 65, stuff like that. So they're matching me, like, in terms of damage.
Landing struts primed. Retros fired.
I'm kind of terrified to see some. I've seen pictures of some stuff, like, some shit looks like fucking dinosaurs. Like giant deathclaw dinosaurs, like, running around in the universe. They're like 30 meters high. Like T-Rexes. Like hunting a T-Rex, like in an environment, and I haven't seen them yet. that the further up I go the ladder, the worse that these universes become. They get harder and harder as I go along. Good time for the game to freeze, I think. That's it. Off to Mars we go.
Unidentified ship. We're going to attempt to scan you for contraband. Please comply. Pretty please. And we're done.
Leeches in the engine, leeches on the hull, multiple leeches in the grav drive. Well, that would explain the problem.
Do your part to keep spreading it.
How's it going? Can I help you?
I heard they found another new freshwater deposit.
Invoices can be collected from the... Oh. Not here for a delivery, are you? Worked. Past tense. Dr. Walker hasn't been employed here for some time now. A shame, too. We had such high hopes for Percival. I brought him on myself to do medical and biological consulting around the city. Not the sort of work the Trade Authority traditionally does. But we thought it had the potential to become a whole new type of revenue stream for our branch. I invested no small amount of personal capital into the endeavor. But then he decided to run off after a discipline issue. I presume the miners have him hidden somewhere. Plenty of cracks on this old rock. But at this point, it's probably for the best. That's correct. We're no longer interested in Dr. Walker's services. He did leave his post, however, with a sizable debt to his name. If you were to find him and get him to pay, the Trade Authority would be most grateful for it. Pity. Perhaps a little advance on my part might pique your interest. Visit the Sixth Circle, a bar on the lowest level of the city. If someone in Sidonia knows where Percival is, you'll find them there.
Broken Spear's upstairs. Go drown yourself there. This bar's for devils, vets, and their kin.
Doc Walker? You're barking up the wrong...
You, why don't you come here and tell me what some stray wants with Walker? Not every day a stray topsider wanders into my bar claiming they know people. What do you want with Dr. Walker? What? Someone give him the keys to a battle cruiser? Look, you can make up whatever crazy story you want. You should forget about Percival. Stop! Even if I did know where he was, I'm not telling some stray I don't know from a... Huh. Maybe there is something you can do. Percival's got this debt put on him by the Trade Authority. You make that go away, prove you're a friend of him and the rest of us devils, and... well, I'm always inclined to help a friend. That's good to hear. Now, you want my opinion? The most straightforward way to take care of this debt would be to just saunter up to the authority and pay him direct, if you've got credits to throw away. Of course, rumor is the Trade Authority keeps all their records and collections files on a central server inside their storeroom. If someone was to break in there and adjust Percival's debt to something a little more reasonable, say a few hundred credits, I'd be happy to cover the costs. Now, what say you get out there and help Dr. Walker?
It's funny because like doing stuff like this, like now I have no remorse doing it because it doesn't matter.
not something you want to say too loud now, but good work. Here, go dig our man out of his pit.
Was there something else? Do you now? Very well. Let me take a look at his... that's not the number I remember. Headquarters must have felt sorry for the old man. Here, his current balance. I expect this won't be a great hardship for you. Then I suppose that's that then. Dr. Walker's death is officially no longer a problem. You have my thanks. Oh, and if you do find him, please let Percival know I'm eagerly looking forward to never working with him again.
It's done, eh? Fine work. My end of the bargain, then. He's holed up in the old Red Devil's HQ. Place was sealed up tight after the UC shuttered our unit, but we snuck him in the back entrance through the deep mines. Good you're going in there, actually. Bunch of spacers moved in, not long after we got Percival set up. Don't expect he'd run out before they got taken care of. But I'm sure he'll appreciate not having to find out if I left him with enough rations. Yeah, the pass key. And I'll let him know there's someone he owes one hell of a thank you on their way down.
Just because the governor's office is right out there.
Hope nothing bad.
you're also not coming to fight me, so... Oh, you are? Maybe we'll save that.
It appears constant. Thank you. I hope the process. I am told that is the best way if we do not see. Hello, Captain. How can I be of assistance? Goodbye.
Out of the red with the trade authority. Can't say I don't appreciate it. I doubt you came all this way just to do me a favor. Now you want to explain to me why you're going around harassing nefarious old men by wiping away their hard-earned debts? Tissue sample? You came all the way down here for that? Must be some damn important cells. You want to tell me what I'm about to be staring at? A fast-growing terramorph. That is concerning. Who exactly told you to bring this to me? Adrian. She gave you this? If she made you come all the way for this. Let's get inside. I need to see these cells.
Gonna ask you to not touch anything. Got some projects in the works down here. I wasn't expecting guests. Oh, and Lou mentioned how you took care of the debt. Managed to negotiate it down to something more reasonable. Good to see someone give the trade authority a bit of their own medicine. Cellular markers tagged. Wait. Where are the markers? This can't be right. This sample, it's Londinian. I'll need to get this all in a slate. Adrian really gave you this sample. You're not lying to me? Because if you told me this was a hoax, and it'd be the best damn fake I've ever seen, I'd be mad and very, very relieved. Can't just humor an old man, huh? This sample, it's got all the indicators of the worst terramorph attack in human history. I presume you've heard of Londinian. It was a city wiped completely off the map by terramorphs. The swarms were so bad, they had to blow the spaceport and seal the place off from the galaxy at large. Not a lot of samples made it off the world from the time of the attack, but the ones that did, well, they look just like this one. I didn't detect any of the telltale signatures this specimen ever sat on a ship while it was alive either. I don't think it was transported to Talsetti. This specimen, it grew there, faster than any terramorph should. Which means, if we're about to start a new era in human-terramorph relations, where big, sudden Londinian-style attacks can happen outside Londinian, that's not gonna end well for humanity. So, you lugged this bad omen all the way here. You wanna tell me what your plans are for it now? Music to my ears. Here, faster we take the lift to the surface. Not supposed to use it, but given the circumstances, I'm inclined to just ask forgiveness. Let's get going.
You're an old man now.
You're no hassling yourself anymore, Major. Our friend here showed me your sample. Suffice it to say,
Not here. Let's talk somewhere more private. Lou said we could use the back. Lou gave me the abridged version of what went down. Yeah, I can't thank you enough for taking care of all that.
makes two of us.
I hope it ultimately didn't end up being too much trouble. That's certainly not what I was expecting you'd have to go through. But thank you. I'm just glad you both came through intact. So, were you two able to get that workup together?
Got it right here. That sample, it's an exact match for the ones from Londinian.
Londinian. That's exactly what I was afraid of.
Not thrilled to be the bearer of that kind of news. That's for damn sure. So tell me you've got some kind of plan for that workup.
Well, right now, we've got more questions than answers. So I've been trying to figure out what it's going to take to access our old Terramorph data.
Good place to start. What'd you find?
It's in the archives.
The Armistice Archives? Doesn't that mean we'd be dealing with the Cabinet? And the Freestar Collective? And House Faroon somehow? Guess we can kiss that approach goodbye.
I didn't think the Cabinet would be willing to hear us out either. But I called in some favors. They've agreed to hear us out on two conditions. One, they want to see this analysis you two have procured. And two, they want to discuss what happened on Tau Ceti. With both of us. Well, that's about the best news I've had all day. But before you commit, Percival and I, we're not just researchers. We were military scientists, ran a division of the UC together that deployed aliens on the battlefield as weapons.
Place I was hiding out. That was our unit's home base.
After some early fits and starts at other facilities, the place eventually became the heart of UC xeno-warfare. A practice that's been banned ever since the armistice went into effect almost 20 years ago. And the UC military cut us loose for what we'd done. Well, it was during that assignment that the UC asked us to explore deploying terramorphs on the battlefield. The project never got off the ground. But the data our team gathered is now sitting in the archives, along with all the other information banned after the Colony War. Under the watchful eye of monitors from all the galactic factions still participating in regular politics. But if we can convince the Cabinet to help us access that data, it'll give us the tools we need to decipher what exactly this sample might mean. And hopefully, how to prevent more attacks like the one that spawned it. All right. I'm gonna go get this work up into the Cabinet's hands. I'll meet you out front of Mast in New Atlantis.
Good luck. You two are gonna need it.
I suggest...
Captain! Over here! The workup's in the cabinet's hands. They said they'll call for us once they've gotten to properly review it. Though I was a bit caught off guard when the commander of the Vanguard asked me how things were going as I was headed up the elevator. Hadn't realized you were UC Navy this whole time. Suppose that makes us even then. Though, in the spirit of full disclosure, there is one more thing you ought to know before we head up there. My relationship with the UC. It's more complicated than it might seem at first glance. The UC's actually the only reason I'm here in the first place. I am a clone of a man named Francois Sanon, one-time fleet admiral of the UC during the Colony War, former head of the UC Navy. They called him Ve Victus, woe to the defeated, in Old Earth Latin. A title he earned. The program I was a part of, it was the UC's attempt to create a new generation of military minds from one of their most respected tacticians. Secure the leadership of the UC military for generations to come. He would have happily told you he was one of the greats. Ultimately, though, it didn't matter. The man I was cloned from, my father, was executed for acts he committed during the war. The man caused a lot of death, on both sides. Freestar Collective and UC. Military and civilians. And the things he did, well, they're a part of the reason the UC and Freestar Collective aren't really on great terms to this day. So my involvement, it could be another obstacle they throw at us up there. I just wanted you to be forewarned. That's not an unfair assessment. But what we're doing now, I'm really trying to set some things right here. So your help means a lot more than I figured you might realize. I just thought you ought to know. You know, while we've got a second, was there anything else we needed to discuss? I know you got dropped into the middle of this pretty fast. Or if you've got any last-minute business to attend to, now might be a good time. No telling how long the cabinet's gonna keep us waiting out here. Then I guess it's just a matter of...
The cabinet meeting is about to begin. All parties, please proceed to the cabinet chambers.
Sounds like
Ah, welcome. You must be the Captain Hadrian mentioned in her report. You have our thanks for the risks you faced in securing this information. Well, I'll be sure your commanding officer hears that you've done them satisfactorily. Now then, we have two petitioners here making a surprising request. Access to the UC Xeno Warfare Team's Terramorph data, currently housed in the Armistice archives. A request which will require not just this body's agreement, but that of all three Armistice signatories. UC, Freestar Collective, and House Varun. Now, Captain, we've all read Hadrian's report on the subject, but we have yet to hear from you. Perhaps you could summarize for the Cabinet what it is you see as the goal of this endeavor. That is something to consider. Though we also have to take into account the nature of the data you require.
Madam President, I object to the very premise of this meeting. While no one would argue that what happened on Tau Ceti was anything less than a tragedy, terramorph attacks are not some sudden new threat on the horizon. They've been happening for generations. To demand we hand over banned archival knowledge and possibly upset the balance of galactic diplomacy because of a single attack seems at best panic, and at worst, a power grab by the daughter of a bloodthirsty warmonger and her associates.
I would remind the chief diplomat who he's speaking to. If it's my father you're looking to address, you're welcome to consult a medium. I would also ask how many deaths the cabinet requires to act. 50? 50,000? Because if tragedies like Tau Ceti are just prelude to more attacks, I have no doubt you'll get the body count you require.
Let's keep this civil, shall we? And while there should be no doubt, the preservation of life stands paramount among this body's duties. Chief Essene has a point. Will a single attack, however troubling, be sufficient to convince the other factions to grant us access to what they no doubt consider weapon data? I don't think it's enough. Perhaps you can help, Captain. As the one who actually collected the sample in question, did this terramorph seem at all alarming to you?
Just taking her word for it as well, then.
So it would seem. So then, Captain, given the discussion now and the information you've been privy to thus far, if you were in our position, would you grant the request made to open the archives?
I'm inclined to agree.
As am I.
Well, I am not. I've heard nothing here to convince me that we should do anything but wait. And I will not risk galactic peace on a question of if.
Yes, a fair assessment, Chief Diplomat. So then, while the data you two have presented is compelling, I think we can safely say it's insufficient for the level of action you've requested. Perhaps once we... What was that?
Attention. An incident has occurred. Facility lockdown engaged.
Incident? Chief Sarkin, what's happening?
There's been an attack at the spaceport. Terramorphs.
Terramorphs? More attacks. Just as predicted.
Good God. There must be another explanation. The creatures evaded our scanners somehow.
There will be plenty of time for conjecture later. Chief Sarkin, order the evacuation of the spaceport and have your men contain the things, but do it discreetly. The last thing we need is a citywide panic.
Yes, ma'am.
Admiral Logan, the local barracks can provide support?
I'll make the order myself. Nearest anti-Xeno squad, though, is off-world. Might take a while to bring them in.
Well then, we'll have to make do with the tools we've got. You two, can't risk those things getting out of the spaceport. I want you both on the next train there. We'll let them know you're coming, and that you've dealt with these things before. Now go show them how it's done.
We're on it, ma'am. Captain, I'm right behind you. Let's get down there.
Interesting.
The air rifle damage! That's it! Now hit everything you've got!
Just fucking murder everybody real quick. Solved it. Totally didn't murder civilians.
Now hit him with everything you've got! Stop! We're trying to help you!
It would be wise to search the enemy's remains for valuables.
What do I do?
The AM weapon! Find it!
Target eliminated. Target eliminated. Enemy defeated. Hostile target eradicated.
Oh my god, stop it.
Annihilated.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Thank you.
The way those people were acting, I've seen this before. They were under the Terramorph's influence, weren't they?
I don't know. They were down at the port and they just started screaming. We tried to restrain them, get them on the train to get them out of harm's way, but some of the other officers down there, we couldn't restrain them fast enough. They just started firing on us. People we knew. They went berserk.
Pheromonic projection. Some Terramorphs, they can induce this fog. It affects everyone differently, but some people just lose control, turn against everyone around them, even if they don't want to. They're like a puppet. You kill the morph, you break the hold. But this means we're going to need to be real careful with our fire, and keep that EM weapon at the ready. Let's do it.
That's unlocked. Please, do what you can to help them.
Climb over a burning fuel canister.
got the remaining creatures locked down on the landing pad, barely holding our perimeter. They said you've done this before. Well, one fire team to spare and whatever supplies you need, but I can't risk them taking over any more men. Put those things down and do it fast. We'll hold them as best we can.
Heard you might be looking for some backup. You say the word, we're out there on your 6.
You two have any experience with terramorphs before?
Only the brief they just gave on the way here. But we know how to handle pressure.
Surviving a full-on mental assault isn't the same as keeping your cool in a firefight. Might make you more liability than asset.
We're not UC security. You don't need to worry about us. Your call. We're on the line.
Target down. Nice work, Captain.
Guess they weren't kidding about you two. Universe put the right people in the right place. No way I'll ever be able to forget. I don't want to think what would have happened if you two hadn't been here.
Just glad we could rise to the occasion. Captain, we should report back to the President. Let her know the terramorphs have been dealt with. Take care of yourself, Sergeant.
You can kill the alarm now.
The spaceport has been secured. Safety precautions remain in place. Please wait for the all clear signal before exiting.
Whole building's on lockdown.
Captain? Hadrian? It would appear that the Cabinet owes you our thanks for what you did for the city today. As well as an apology. Your concerns about the terramorphs, well, consider them validated.
Thank you, ma'am.
I had some ideas on that front, Captain, but we'll get to that. Now, after today's events, the Cabinet has decided to revisit its previous decision. We will be supporting your collection of the terramorph data from the archives. as well as a subsequent investigation into the nature of these attacks. But to accomplish those goals, we're going to need the right people in the right places. As such, the Cabinet has authorized me to reinstate you, Adrian, effective immediately, to your former rank of Major. As soon as we've got the data in hand, we want you investigating these attacks and how to stop them. Will you do this?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. I'd be honored.
Excellent. But as you've both made clear, for such an investigation to succeed, first, we're going to need someone to convince the Freestar Collective and House Varun to play ball. Someone who knows precisely the sorts of dangers the colonies and all the galaxy are facing right now. The Cabinet wants you, Captain, to be that representative. We do. In exchange, we're willing to fast-track your citizenship upon collection of the data. Get you access to those credits and real estate you're after. So, will you help us? I'm glad to hear it. Now, we, of course, won't be sending you in without the proper support. Deputy McIntyre in the Office of Interstellar Affairs will be your guide on gaining access to the archives. You should be able to find her in her office across the hall. And on behalf of the whole of the United Colonies, you have our thanks. You're dismissed.
You've got the Captain's full backing to prevent more attacks. Understand?
I'm gonna go check in with Chief Engineer. Start getting a plan together for that data.
Did you see these orders can't be? Yes. Yes, sir. Consider it done. That must make you my Vanguard captain. Welcome to Interstellar Affairs. I'm Deputy Chief Diplomat McIntyre, Chief Yassine's second in command. I heard you were instrumental in protecting the city from the attack. You have my gratitude. I was also told the President wants us to get you into the Armistice archives ASAP. So, we've got no time to waste. You know what the archives are, correct? Someone paid attention in current events. So, then you also know that it was originally managed by the 3 major galactic players. Access to the archives is only granted in cases of dire emergency, and requires a one-time use code from each of the 3 Armistice signatories. UC, Freestar Collective, and House Varun. Now, the UC is already on board, so that means we'll need to convince 2 people. The ambassadors of the Freestar Collective and House Varun to hand over their codes. Get them both and you'll have your data. But that's a lot easier said than done. Very funny. This is going to be hard enough already. Both ambassadors have reasons they won't, or can't, work with us. Now, I'll provide guidance on how we believe you can acquire each code, but ultimately, it'll be up to you to get them both to cooperate. And I do mean cooperate. Threats and violence are off the table here. Though that doesn't mean we can't get creative. But it does mean we need to get you up to speed on who you're dealing with. Who do you want to start with? Ambassador Radcliffe of Freestar, or Ambassador Balmore of House Varun? Ambassador Balmore's a challenge. When the rest of House Varun retreated into seclusion shortly after the signing of the armistice, Balmore stayed here. He's since lent his support to a small number of archival requests, so there's real hope he might again. But claiming to know how a member of House Varun thinks is a quick way to earn yourself a psych eval. course. But there is another wrinkle. We're not 100% sure Balmore is actually still alive. His public appearances were always rare, but it's been several years now since he last poked his head out. Scans of the facility show life signs, but not the kind we were expecting. Your task is to find him and kindly but firmly remind him of his duties under the armistice. I have no doubt. Now, the embassy front door isn't an option, but our spies have stated there's a side entrance that should allow you access. Here, this device should get you all the way down to the embassy interior. Once you're inside, though, finding the ambassador is going to be up to you. And fair warning, we received a report that alarms might have been tripped inside the embassy during the attacks. Watch out for automated security in there. Captain, would you like to finish your... The good Ambassador Radcliffe. She's a veteran of the Colony War, and her only goal in life is to make ours miserable. Now, officially, our office is suggesting you try and negotiate with her. Use your experiences as a member of the military and with the threat we're facing to convince her to lend her support. And who knows? Maybe that'll work. Stranger things have happened. But my suspicion is we're going to have to rely on other tools to get her code. Certainly. See, good diplomacy is all about the careful application of pressure. We just need to find the squeeze. UC Intelligence has a recording device planted in the ambassador's living quarters, which we suspect you can use to your advantage. But getting caught trespassing is a quick way to land yourself in an embassy holding cell. So, if you are going to try and access the device, you're going to need to find a way in there without being seen. Report suggests there's a disgruntled staff member you might be able to pump for intel. Maybe even convinced to work with you. All right. Here, your diplomatic ID. I'll give them a heads up, you're on your way. Not likely to let you through the door otherwise. Now, if you have additional questions or require clearance for a new approach we haven't already discussed, don't hesitate to ask. I'd suggest you start with Ambassador Radcliffe. Approach her while the attack is still fresh in her and her staff's mind. Be smart out there, Captain.
Hello.
You are a visitor? You'll find the ambassador in her office. Go on.
Visitors are only allowed in the lobby, offices, or conference room. Terramorphs, as in more than one? All that security, and they still can't protect their own spaceport. The UC never fails to disappoint.
I just wish I hadn't received the news from an SSNN broadcast. We have a strategic advantage to maintain, Mr. Long.
Of course, ma'am. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Excuse me. Are you supposed to be in here?
You're allowed 3 places. Conference room, lobby, or the ambassador.
I'm sorry. Do you have an appointment?
There's going to be problems.
Ah, you're the one McIntyre called about. The eyewitness. She said you were at the spaceport. You have my thanks for what you did down there, truly. Saved many lives. Now, she also mentioned that, and maybe it was just a bad connection, that now the UC wants Terramorph data from the Armistice archives, some of the most highly guarded information in the galaxy, in order to protect us all. I can only presume you're here to tell me I misheard her and that they didn't send you, local hero, to futilely beg on their behalf. Tell me I've got that right. Excuse me. A less level-headed person might think that was a threat, Captain. Let me be frank, Captain. The answer is no. That information is there because it is dangerous. I will not be the one responsible for its release. Now, why don't you quit wasting my time and yours, and go? You're really gonna push this? All right, I will give you one chance. One to convince me. Understood. I'm listening. I suppose you're right. Our job and our responsibility. Responsible governance will not be rushed. Please don't talk to me like I'm some cold heart. Captain, I'm sorry, but my answer is not changing.
It would be wise to use that power only in open spaces. Hi. Please returning to assignment, Captain.
Agent detected. Patching in playback.
Are you alright, Ambassador? It seems the Council of Governors has rejected my appeal to join. Again, which means you and I are stuck in this colonial rat cage until we die. But I think we might need to. We should expedite the process.
What are you getting at now?
I mean, my requests keep being rejected because they don't want to add a seat, right? But what if one opened up? The mind is hard. Ain't what it used to be. It's not like anyone would miss it. You know, I think it's time to get some sleep. Just think about it. Maybe we can reach out to some experts at that sort of thing, huh?
Good night, Eva.
Captain, it is. Yes, Captain. I am one.
Did I not make myself abundantly clear, Captain? Excuse me? I have no idea what you're talking about. No. If the council found out, I'd lose my position. I'd be exiled. Look, I believe we may have gotten off on the wrong foot. The issue at hand is one of trust, no? So perhaps if I can trust you to keep this little secret between us, then maybe we can find a way to trust the UC with access to the archives. Good. I appreciate you working with me. Just like I'm sure our great powers will. In fact, I think there's an opportunity here. Keep both our factions happy and ensure an air of legitimacy to the whole proceeding. I can only let you get the information on the terramorphs. Anything else and people will get suspicious. And all research will need to be monitored. Freestar scientific observers making sure everything's being used for the right purposes. But those 2 items should be enough to allay any suspicions. Good. Okay, let's go get you your access. They tell me it should only take a moment. And there. Here you go. It is reassuring to know there are still some people in this universe you can trust.
It's like when someone...
The well's been having brownouts all the time. Mask finally sent someone down there, but nothing's changed.
suggest avoiding such maneuvers in the future.
Serpent's designs for us. You have my thanks, and my apologies for the ordeal you just endured. Come, let us discuss. Not the ideal introduction, I suppose, giving you a grand tour of the embassy via barely functioning intercoms. I do greatly appreciate your persistence. I suspect the Venom tree upstairs has worked itself into more systems than I'd realized. But then again, who could cage such a beauty? Tell me though, what is it like outside? I heard the broadcast mentioning an attack. Then the embassy was struck with a power surge, and then silence. Has the rest of the city suffered quite so badly? Is that right, huh? I shall need to have these repairs seen to sooner rather than later. Now, it cannot solely be the Serpent's grace that brought you here at such an opportune moment. You were sent by the UC. That much is obvious. Who else could just waltz through my door? And the broadcast spoke of terror morphs at the spaceport. A worrying occurrence, certainly, but coming here of all places, when all I could provide is some enthused cheerleading and... an archive code. So the UC requires information, then. On terror morphs, presumably. Do I see this all clearly? The preservation of life stands as the very purpose of the archives. Using its data to prevent more attacks, there is logic there. But if I am to grant you access, I have a requirement. For years, House Varun has been known only as an agent of slaughter. We founded this embassy with hopes of shedding that legacy. With little success. In exchange for my code, I require this. You must be the one who ensures it is used for good. Ensure House Varun's legacy is more than just carnage. The knowledge you ask for isn't evil. No knowledge is. It is we who bend it to evil ends. Now, you must assure me this will be used to save lives, not endanger them. Well, then I shall not fear. Please, follow me. Let's hope it still works. And
See that scientist out in front of mast, staring at trees, sounds upset. Whatever it is, it can't be that bad, right?
Captain, you're back sooner than... Oh, wait. Did you actually succeed? With Radcliffe? And Balmore? We're all in agreement. That's incredible. I wasn't sure Radcliffe would ever get on board. I'm very much looking forward to getting the debrief on how precisely you managed to pull all this off, but that'll have to wait for another time. Regardless, superlative work, Captain. And now, I've already arranged everything with the archival monitors. When you get down there, the UC monitor will give you instructions on how to deploy the codes. Follow them to the letter. Here, the UC code piece and an archival access card. The entrance is just on the other side of the plaza across from Mast. Absolute best behavior down there, all right?
Hey.
Captain. Congratulations.
There you are.
Captain. Surprised to find out we're having visitors as we work.
Major Sinan and I were just discussing the merits of your planned interfactional cooperation. I think it's a great idea. Get them invested in the solution. Make it clear we've got nothing to hide.
I'm sure they'll be lovely house guests.
Now, Captain, if you wouldn't mind transferring the documents to the Major, she and I have been discussing next steps.
Time for us to start getting some real answers. And figure out if we've been asking the right questions. So whenever you're ready. Acknowledged and accepted, Captain. So with the data out of the way, we've been discussing where exactly this work's getting done. The Red Devil's headquarters on Mars, back where you found Percival, seemed the natural spot. Already has the equipment, the safety measures. Should even be able to house its own cadre of independent observers. Though it sounded like the deputy had a few more things she needed to discuss with you first.
Indeed. The most important of which is getting you your citizenship.
Then I guess we'll see you on Mars.
Captain, if you'll follow me.
Interesting. Doesn't know.
Just doesn't add up. The spaceport has anti-Xenon protocols. How the hell does a whole herd of Terramorphs touch down undetected?
Very good point. It doesn't add up. Why I'm wondering if I'm gonna have to murder somebody at the end of this. That's how people are getting up here.
All right, Captain. Are you ready to become a citizen of the United Colonies? Good. This isn't the only item we need to discuss, so I'll give you the short version. Please raise your hand. Captain, through your actions today and in days past, you have earned your place among the United Colonies. Through service, bravery, strength, and upholding of the mutual good. Will you carry and cultivate these values for as long as you remain a citizen? Then, Captain, I'm pleased to welcome you into the United Colonies as a full citizen. Here, your official ID and your citizenship dispensation. We've also let the Aphelion Realty office out in the plaza know you're approved to purchase property. Now, the other item we needed to discuss. There's a member of the UC who's asked to speak to you, but this person is in a sensitive position. Normally, we wouldn't even consider something like this, but we think this person has information that could prove useful in dealing with the Terramorphs. And they've stated they'll only share it with you. They asked for you by name. So I need your agreement that everything you're about to see is kept in the strictest confidence. You can tell no one. Can you agree to these terms? Let's hope it never comes to that. Head to the elevator. You're going to subsection 7. I'll make sure you're cleared for access by the time you get there.
me a few files to peruse. Quite the series of accomplishments you've managed. But now you face a foe unlike any other. An invisible enemy, lurking in the shadows. You're going to need all the help you can get, which is why I hoped we could speak. Do you know who I am? I'm Francois Fanon, but most know me as Victus. I was an admiral during the Colony War. One of its great villains, if you believe the slates. I was to be executed for my crimes, but the previous regime deemed me too valuable to simply discard. So they put me here, a sacrifice on the altar of peace. Even my death served the colonies. I want to help you, and my progeny Hadrian, prevent more attacks. Though I am curious, has she shared with you the nature of our little family? Unfortunately, I'm inclined to agree with you. Our relationship has always been a challenging one. The Major was born to become a great leader, carry on the legacy I established, and was given all the finest training to support it. And she excelled. But the universe cut all that short. Now, though, it's placed even more crucial work in front of the two of you. And I think I have a part to play in helping you accomplish what you've set out to do. After so long years earning the trust of this current regime, the UC has been permitting me to work alongside one of their recovery teams, helping them gather intelligence on, locate, and organize scenarios to lure in some of the criminals that evaded justice after the Colony War. With quite a few successes, I might add. But in the process, I managed to find something else. The names and locations of Hadrian and Percival's old research team. Valuable manpower for the effort you're about to embark on. I'll tell you where they are, but in exchange, I need something dealt with. There is a former colleague of mine, a man by the name of Dr. Reginald Orlaise. Like myself and Hadrian, he was involved in some of the United Colony's more problematic lines of research. Mech weapons were his specialty. If it dealt death, he could make it deal more. When the Colony War ended, he fled, refusing to face tribunal, and has continued to peddle his skills to the highest bidder to this day. But I finally found him. I want you to track him down and deal with him. However you're able. I'm not expecting he'll come quietly. Bring me evidence that the job's done, and I'll tell you what I know. You can certainly try, but the man's been out there 20 years. He's likely gone feral by now. Easier for all if you simply blow up his ship and be done with it. Captain, your files indicate a track record of unlikely successes. It is my genuine hope that, perhaps down the line, you might become a part of our team. And this might be something of a tryout.
If that's what you require to sleep at night, so be it. According to my information, he's been hiding around the world of Etheria. Wolf System. There is a star station in the vicinity. The Den. The head of the local vanguard, one Captain Marquez, should be able to help you find our man.
Identity verified. You may proceed to the exit.
You're cleared for entrance.
Ability for just that.
Captain, did your meeting go well? I hope it's clear now why we needed you to agree to all the secrecy. Exactly. Just another prisoner. Nothing you'd ever even think of bringing up in conversation. With anyone. Ever. We understand each other? The Major doesn't have clearance for this sort of information, and she certainly doesn't need a distraction from her current, very important work. Which is why I need you to keep this to yourself. Good. Because bringing this up to the outside world would create the unfair appearance, Captain, that you're unhinged. And that's not a good look for any of us. Now, was there something in particular you needed to discuss about what we were just discussing? Dr. Reginald Orlaise? He's finally found him. Of course, killing Orlaise is completely out of the question. But bringing him to justice... He's been on the lam for years. That'd be a huge win for the UC. What's being offered in return? Really? He found the members of the research team. We'd already initiated a search for them, but it'd save a lot of time and manpower if he just gave us that information. Captain, if that's the deal, you have my endorsement. Just so long as you make every effort to bring the man in alive. Now, was there anything else you wanted to discuss regarding your meeting?
diplomatic visa